Hey everybody, I told you we would be live again. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Cass County. This is the northwest corner of Cass County. This is going to include Belton, Raymore, and Riverview Estates, Harrelson, and actually from I-49 from just north of Peculiar all the way over into just really the 435 triangle. Now this is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's just strong enough to draw the severe thunderstorm warning for this area. Right now the tornado threat with this is very minimal. We'll be watching it very closely, but then again we have a line of thunderstorms now along the front ranging from let's see, where is that, Macon over to Carrollton, Richmond, Buckner, South Kansas City, all the way down to El Dorado, Kansas. And the individual cells are moving northeast, but the entire line is shifting southeast, if that makes sense to you guys. So eventually it's going to work its way into west central Missouri, and we'll be watching for the possibility of strong straight line winds, large hail, and the possibility of a spin up, short-lived, what they call quasi-linear tornado. They're relatively weak. They don't last very long, but we'll be watching for any signs of a brief spin up. We've got severe thunderstorm warning from Burlington to Ottawa, from Paola to Raytown, and then we have severe thunderstorm warnings from basically from Bogart, Carrollton, all the way up to Marceline, Brunswick, Mendon. And again, all of these is for 1.5-inch hail. Yeah, if you're going from Belton to Clinton, oh no, you're going to Clinton from Belton. Yeah, get on the road right now and head. Get on the road right now. Olathe, these cells are it is just going to squeeze just to your south of Olathe. These cells are moving to the northeast. We've already seen some of the counties be canceled from the tornado watch up here, including Smithville, Leavenworth, St. Joe, Oskaloosa, Topeka, and because this right here is our cold front. Stretches again from Carrollton through South Kansas City, near Raytown, down through Spring Hill, Ottawa, Emporia, down to Wichita. That is our cold front. Hey, you bet, MH. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, Joe. Coldbeard's been helping him. They had to take cover at the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City earlier. Hey, David. So temperature. So right behind this front, we're going to see a cool down. We're expecting highs tomorrow and Thursday into mid upper 50s. Still mild, really, for this time of year. We're getting up there close to about average temperatures, but it's going to be a lot cooler than what we had, almost 30 degrees cooler than what we had today. We're going to warm back up, and we're going to be back up to 70 on Friday, and then back down to the teens with snow showers for Sunday into Monday. How about those apples, everybody? We're going to have lows on Sunday night back into teens. 18, 19, 20 degrees. Unbelievable. Old man winter's not done with us yet. So we're going to put this in motion here, show you guys the movement. And again, most of these cells are moving to the northeast. But the entire line is moving very slowly to the southeast. So even though this particular cell here is going to miss Belton Raymore, eventually this entire line is going to be moving into west central Missouri. So we still have quite a bit of time before this cold front is passed through us here in west central Missouri. Well, I tell you what, Jordan, we've been predicting since Christmas that March is going to be our severe weather month. May is not looking all that impressive. We're going to have some severe weather obviously in April, but May is our biggest severe month historically on average. But this year we've been predicting an early start to severe season with the way that the LRC model has shown these ridges and these troughs. We're right in the battleground between air masses all year. Ever since October 6th, we've been in the battle of the air masses. Notice we wouldn't get any snow here, but then you go 100 miles to the north and they get 8-10 inches of snow. I mean, we're right on that dividing line, and that's great during the winter. But during the springtime, that means big time storms. It will recycle. So we actually showed the dates last night at our severe storm seminar, the target dates all the way through July for severe storms. So yes, this is going to cycle back around. But you got to keep in mind the cycle is nearly 75 days, the longest cycle the LRC has ever had. So we're talking, what, over 2 months. No, Justin, actually just the opposite. So the last 2 weeks we have been in the wet pattern, the same one we had back at the end of October and right around in January. It cycled back through now. And, all of these 70s and 80s that we've been having, almost 30 degrees above average, that's going to be cycling around also June, July, August. So the LRC is predicting record heat and dry weather for the summer. Not good for a farmer at all. All right, let's take a little bit closer look here. We do have a report of 1-inch hail at the 151st and Black Bob. 1-inch quarter size hail. Looks like we do. The hail core right now is still over here on the Kansas side. And again, it looks like, at least for the short term, this line of storms is actually going to stay just to the north of Belton, Raymore, Peculiar area. Even though you guys are in this severe thunderstorm warning right now, looks like this line for right now is going to stay to the north of you. But again, this entire line of storms is moving to the southeast, with the individual cells moving to the northeast. Wyandotte County looks good right now, and I have a feeling, Elizabeth, Wyandotte County is likely probably pretty much done for the night. They're going to be behind the cold front. We might still get a few thunder showers, maybe some rain showers, but for the severe weather, they're on the backside of the cold front in Wyandotte County. This is really going to be where you see from Richmond down to Independence, down to Overland Park, Olathe. If you're behind that line, you're probably pretty much done with the severe threat for tonight. So this entire line of storms will eventually be making its way down through west central Missouri, and that's going to bring with it a chance for some hail, some strong straight line winds, and we can't necessarily rule out a possibility of a short-lived spin up along the leading edge, but the tornado threat is not all that impressive along this cold front. The tornado watch was mainly issued for any cells that should pop up ahead of this line that we did not see down here in west central Missouri. Kayla, that's funny. So of course by the time this line makes it down into west central Missouri, we're going to be looking at anywhere between 10:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. through west central Missouri. Thundering in Belton, but no rain. Yeah, this line, it's going to be staying just to the north of you for right now. They're having big problems over here in up in Indianapolis, or in Indiana and Illinois tonight. They've had several tornado emergencies, PDS tornado warnings, lots of damage out here in Indiana tonight. Like we have a tornado warning way up here in the very far southeast corner of Iowa. It's going to be moving over to the Illinois up here near Fort Madison, Iowa. And if you guys want, if you know, while you're waiting for this line of storms tonight, you know, you can always jump over to our website, MidwestMeso.com. This is where our Storm Chaser team and myself, we have a research project that we're doing. For those of you that was there last night at our severe weather seminar, you've seen many of our storm chasers there. We are actually deploying probes out ahead of thunderstorms, collecting data and matching it up with radar data and sending it to the professional National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. This is something we've been working on for the last year and a half or so. You can go to our website, and under the tab you can actually go to live cams. This is free, open to the public, and you can take a look at what's going on. They got a heck of a light show going on in Garden City. Yeah, good time for a nap in Sedalia right now. I had my feet popped up, had my shoes off, watching a couple screens, and again, looking off to the north, it is a total lightning show out there right now. Right here is 7 Highway. There at Creighton. And looking off to the north, just total lightning show out that way. So it looks like the leading edge of the torrential rains, maybe some small hail, is right near, looks like Research Medical on 71, Kansas City Zoo and Aquarium, and then eventually down over to around Raytown, Eastwood. That's where the heaviest rains and maybe some smaller hail, right over Leewood and Indian Village right now. Just on the south side of Martin City. But Belton and Raymar, you're being spared for the moment. So, as let's see, I got 32 new messages on Facebook, and I'm seeing a few here in chat too. And again, guys, we're tracking this line of thunderstorms that's going to be eventually sinking to the southeast into west central Missouri tonight, and we are likely going to see the potential to see some hail, maybe quarter size, a little larger, some strong straight line winds, and the possibility of a quick spin up tornado. We can't rule that out. The tornado chances are really slim right now, as the tornado watch was mainly issued for any cells out in front of the main front that is coming through now. So, but we still can't rule out a quick spin up, very weak circulation along the leading edge of this line of storms. One o'clock in the morning for Warsaw. And again, we just talked about the, what hazard they can expect down there at Warsaw. Probably closer to maybe midnight, between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. This thing, all of these cells are moving northeast and the entire front is moving kind of southeast. So it's eventually going to catch up with most of west central Missouri. I hope that helps, Diana. Same thing for you in Osceola, Jessica. Those live videos or live cams are set up at MidwestMeso.com. Go MidwestMeso.com. And when you get there, over here in the tab, we have live cams. You can click on the live cams. We have some in Garden City, Dayton, Missouri, and in Creighton. And then all you got to do is just click on one of them. And you can even make it full screen if you would like. And you can sit there and watch the live cams. Beautiful light show. No, Zachary. You're sitting good. You don't need to get in the bathtub right now. I'll tell you when. And again, guys, all of west central Missouri, we're all in the same boat here. So we're waiting on this line of storms to move into the area here over the next 2 to 3 hours and have that potential of large hail, strong straight line winds, and we're going to be keeping a very close eye on for the potential of any short-lived, very weak spin-ups along the leading edge. Yeah, there's a chance we're actually working with them. You know, we do have some of our storm chasers on WeatherWise right now. And we are actually in the process of talking with, that's what's so great about WeatherWise. I reached out to him about, from the creator and CEO of WeatherWise. I reached out to him about a year and a half ago, told them what we are doing, and he accepted some of our storm chasers into the program. You can watch them live on WeatherWise, and now we're currently we're kind of in talks with trying to get some of our live cams on WeatherWise as well. So that's actually in the making right now. Fireman Weather Guy. Hey, send me a Facebook message on Subby's Weather Talk group page. Send me a message. We can get a cam put up there in Peculiar. We have just the guy up in your neck of the woods, actually. So at this rate, I put this into motion. You know, eventually this line is going to be moving southeast. But it is taking its very, very own sweet time. And again, those individual cells are moving northeast, and it's not making very much progress to the southeast. "74 degrees, Mackenzie and Sedalia." There you go. Not 4 degrees, at least not yet. Now, come Monday morning, that could be a different story. We might have 14 degrees in Sedalia come Monday morning. You bet, Robert. Thank you. So something to kind of keep in mind too, because these storms have been going over the same territory now, pretty much over the last 2, 3, 4 hours. There is a flash flood warning out for much of the flood advisory from Edgerton, Kansas, Gardner, Kansas, up through Overland Park, up to Raytown. You have a flood advisory for the next 4 hours. They do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's not necessarily new. Let's call it an updated one. Belton, Raymore, you guys are out of that. They pretty much shifted just a little bit to the north because that's how these storms are actually moving right now. And again, eventually this line is going to move south, but it is taking its own sweet time. So actually just about all of Cass County now is out of that severe thunderstorm warning. Mrs. Tribble, if there's going to be a chance, it could be Monday morning. So if you guys notice, we have this severe thunderstorm warning they just issued that is in effect for South Kansas City, Independence, Liberty again, Missouri City again. And even though that line is supposed to be moving south, some of these, this line is actually kind of tilting a little bit further north now. So they have to include the northern section of this line, including Pleasant Valley, Liberty, Missouri City. So again, we could be a few hours out before we actually see this line make it through west central Missouri. It will move south, but man, it is taking its own sweet time. I think he knows I got to get up early in the morning. I think Mother Nature knows that. So we actually have a lot of people that just come on here over the last few minutes. We had a couple hundred more viewers. So, and again, we are waiting for this line of thunderstorms to move down into west central Missouri. It is taking its very, very sweet time. Along this line, we have the possibility of seeing large hail damaging straight line winds, and we cannot rule out a quick spin up little tornado on the leading edge, but I'm not seeing any kind of rotation along the line of this storm. So, we can't rule it out, but the tornado threat has been very, very low with this line of storms, at least right now. One thing to note, when we get to this time of evening, we get there is a low-level jet, is what they call it, a low-level jet stream that begins to form, and that's going to help speed up this line to push a little bit further south here over the next couple 3 hours. And then, of course, on top of that, that's going to add maybe a little bit of rotational shear to the line. We're just not sure exactly how that's going to react, but and again, we're right now, our previous estimated times was between 10:30 and 1 a.m., but we might have to extend that just a little bit for west central Missouri. We'd probably be looking closer to midnight. Hi, Mary. Yep, same thing for Harrisonville. I think that answered all the questions there in chat. Same for you in Osceola. Colcamp. I'm not sure what's breaking up around Colcamp. Colcamp doesn't have any storms. So I'm not sure if you meant Colcamp or someplace else maybe. Liberty, I had mentioned this just a second ago for Shauna for Liberty, you guys have been put back into the severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the reason why they adjusted it just a little bit further north is because right now these storms are moving to the northeast, and they have a little bit of a jilt to the north. And we're waiting for the line to actually start to sink south, but they decided to go ahead and include Liberty in this severe thunderstorm warning, as some of these cells down here in Olathe, Overland Park, they could be shifting just a little bit to the north there. So you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 19 minutes there at Liberty. Oh, future radar predicts it going around. It could. Yeah, it could. We're not expecting it to, but, it could. Sedalia, probably sometime 1 to 3 a.m. We'll see this line of storms make their way down towards you in Sedalia. No, everything's going good, Kayla in Warrensburg. Nothing to worry about right now. Eventually, we are going to see this line again, guys. It's going to sink to the south. I don't know what a stay-up storm or go-to-sleep storm is, really. We're under a tornado watch till midnight. So, if the professionals at Storm Prediction Center still think we have a shot at a possible weak tornado, then if you can sleep through a tornado, sleep. We're just waiting on this line of storms to actually move down into west central Missouri here over the next 3 hours right now. Is today you're looking at tornadoes or just rainstorm? You're under a tornado watch till midnight at least. So remember, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So we cannot rule out a tornado. Harrisonville is under a tornado watch until 12 a.m. So with the tornado watch, conditions are favorable for tornadoes, at least until midnight or until they cancel the tornado watch. Is the storm stronger than the one that just left in Ottawa? I don't know what you want me to answer that with. You have a special weather statement right now with torrential rains and possibility of hail. You're under a tornado watch until midnight, meaning that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So we can't rule one out until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. How's it looking for Osceola? Stacy, we don't know on that yet. It depends on how fast this line makes its way to the south. They may put St. Clair County into a watch a little bit later. No problem. Thanks, Lindy. Of course, they got a very large severe thunderstorm warning. This thing is massive. really from Macon, Missouri, all the way down through Carrollton to Richmond. That's one big, long, severe thunderstorm watch box. Or severe thunderstorm warning box, I should say. Tightwad. Hi, Carla. So Tightwad is under a tornado watch until midnight. So that means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So we cannot rule one out until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. Thanks, Susan. It was great to finally meet you. You've been a long time supporter of Subby's Weather Talk. It was great to finally meet you in person. So, Oric, Missouri, you guys are under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. Thank you, Fireman Weather Guy. That's awesome. Hey, you bet, Audrey. Miss you, girl. Thanks for the kind word, Brian. So in Lebanon, we're going to have this cold front move down through your area. Storm Prediction Center is kind of still up in the air. By the time this line of storms move down into the Ozarks, they don't know if there's going to be enough instability to warrant putting up a watch. It likely would not be a tornado watch. It would likely be like a severe thunderstorm watch for the Ozarks, but I think they're still kind of up in the air, how strong this line of storms is going to retain through the night. Because you're probably looking at 4 or 5 a.m. before it makes it down your neck of the woods. Osceola, there can be hail expected. And again, the Storm Prediction Center is not, they're just not sold that this line is going to retain its intensity quite yet. They're keeping an eye on it, but right now you don't have any immediate danger of any hail right now. Sedalia? Yeah, so Sedalia is under a tornado watch until midnight. So tornado watch, of course, means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So, yeah, we can't rule one out, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. What are the odds, Clinton, with this line tonight? Odds for a tornado? So Henry County is under a tornado watch till midnight, meaning the conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't rule one out right now, but we'll at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center goes ahead and cancels that tornado watch for Henry County. Hi, Shirley. Yes, I'm their son, actually. Hi, Jesse. I'm guessing probably sometime in the neighborhood of around midnight to 1 a.m. for Henry County. The red circles around the map, they are actually storm spotters. So we have, you can actually go to a storm spotter, get all of his information. So in Macon, to answer your question, Macon is under a tornado watch until midnight, meaning that the conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't really rule out a tornado yet in Macon, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch for your area. Hi, Marla. Do you think they'll weaken by the time they get to Clinton and Warsaw? You live in Henry County, but second from the Benton County line. Should I go to sleep or stay up? So Henry County is under a tornado watch until midnight, meaning conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't really rule out that there won't be a tornado in Henry County. So at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels that watch. So we still have to be weather aware. Is it safe for us in Benton County to go to sleep or stay awake just to be safe? So Benton County is really close to the tornado watch polygon. They're not sure if they're going to extend that watch a little bit further south as this line continues to go south. Right now, you're close enough to a tornado watch, which means that conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So, you probably, I can't tell you to stay up or go to bed, but this line will be heading down your direction. Oh, thanks for the kind words, Shirley. Hi, Mark. Hey, I appreciate that, buddy. In Calhoun. So Calhoun is in Henry County. Henry County is under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't necessarily rule a tornado out in Calhoun for tonight, at least until midnight or the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch for Henry County. Hey, Storm Chaser Josh Avers, Mr. Derek Dunn, both of them were at the, that was awesome. They were both part of our severe storm seminar last night. Had a great time getting everybody together. That was awesome. Hi, Red Iron Farm and Ariana. Bates County and Pettis County, you're wanting to know about those two. So both of those counties are under a tornado watch, meaning that conditions are favorable for tornadoes until midnight. So we can't rule out a tornado until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center should cancel that tornado watch early. So we can't really rule out the possibility of a tornado. Right now we haven't seen much of the way of any circulations along this line, mainly just strong straight line winds and the possibility of seeing some hail as well. So Liberty, you guys were allowed to expire your severe thunderstorm warning. Harrisonville? Well, Harrisonville's in Cass County. They are under a tornado watch until midnight. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes, and so we can't necessarily rule out a tornado until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. You bet, Ariana. Yeah, there is quite the lightning show out there, guys. If you guys want to watch it, you go over to our Midwest Mezzo website, and we have live cam set up there where you guys can sit back and put full screen on and watch the great lightning show up to the north right now. You bet, Red Iron. My pleasure. So if we don't see any kind of intensification on this line of storms, they very well might maybe switch this over to a severe thunderstorm watch, maybe expand it just a little bit for the overnight hours. But we have just seen some strong straight line winds and some inch and a quarter hail so far. Hi, Jessica. A moving radar? Yeah. You gotta have some humor. Now tell me that's not funny. Come on, Jessica. All right. Let me put this in motion for you. I thought that was pretty funny myself. You gotta have a little humor sometimes. So as you can see, the individual cells are moving to the northeast, but that entire line is kind of shifting to the southeast. So we have to wait till that line moves to the south. You bet, Jessica. So they did upgrade this flash flood advisory to a flash flood warning. This is really going to be for areas Raytown, Holmes Park, Grandview, Martin City, Red Bridge, Leawood. And as you can see, those storms are moving over the exact same areas and the location. Let's put this, see how much rainfall that has fallen so far. So we've already had 2 inches of rainfall in many areas, mainly south of Olathe, over toward Martin City. Right along the state lines, already picked up 2 to 2.25 inches of rainfall already. So with more rain expected with the training storms, they upgraded that to a flash flood warning right now. How do you watch? Hi, Kaylee. Is it going to intensify or good old-fashioned thunderstorms? Well, if you're in this area, highlighted in yellow right here, that is a tornado watch. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't necessarily rule out a strong thunderstorm. Possibility of it producing a tornado until at least midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels that tornado watch. Eli, you got some good storms up there tonight, didn't you, buddy? So the lightning show, yeah, you can go to MidwestMeso.com. Let me show you guys. MidwestMeso.com. That is our research page, in which Midwest Meso Project, made up of myself and a team of storm chasers. We have drones, and we have drones. We got probes that we put out in front of these storms that take measurements such as barometric pressure, temperature, change of barometric pressure, dew points, and then we compare that to radar imagery, and then we send that information to the professionals at the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service. But on our website, under the More tab, we have live cams. You can click on a live cam, and we have several there that you can choose from. And when you choose one, then you can, let's go to, this here is at Creighton. See if we can pick up any lightning. You can bring this up on your desktop or even on your computer or on your cell phone, and you can sit there and watch, you can watch these live cams across the area. A good friend of Subby's Weather Talk, Jeff, he made this possible with a server near Garden City that he took upon himself and made a weather cam server so that we can add cameras to be able to watch these storms in real time. So we really appreciate that partnership with him. Tyson, good night, buddy. Have a good night. Hi, Sadie. Peculiar. So Peculiar is in the yellow shaded area. That's a tornado watch, meaning that conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't necessarily rule out a strong storm, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. You're welcome, Kelly. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, been getting a lot of storms. Weather's crazy sometimes. 1 minute it's cold, stormy, cloudy, rainy, then it's 60. And then it starts storming again. Yeah, and you know, guys, I mean, we hit 84 degrees here, and here in Henry County today, we're gonna be a little cooler tomorrow and Thursday into the 50s, still above average. We warm back up to 70 in the 70s on Friday, and then Sunday night we're back down 18, 19 degrees with the possibility of snow. Whiteman Air Force Base, probably sometime around the 1 a.m. time frame. Probably midnight to 1 time frame. Osceola, probably closer to probably 2 o'clock by the time this line of storms. Now, granted, we're gonna see this low level jet that's gonna help push this entire line down, so it could speed up here over the next hour and begin a slow movement a little bit faster to the south. But right now it's barely moving to the south any at all, and that's why they have these flash flood warnings up here. The Raytown, Lee Summit, Martin City, Spring Hill, Gardner, because these cells are moving over to the same area over and over and over again. We got to get this line moving south. Probably around 1 a.m., Christina. So we have very, very long severe thunderstorm warning polygon from that really stretches nearly across the entire state of Missouri. From northeast Missouri near Shelbyville, Moncello, LaBelle, Ewing, down to Macon, down to Carrollton, to Richmond, Buckner, Blue Springs, Olathe, Lee Summit, all the way down to nearly Ottawa, Kansas. And again, this is a what we call a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, meaning 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. Those are really the minimum requirements for a storm to be severe. But it is a very long severe thunderstorm warning polygon stretching all the way across the cold front. Blue Springs. So Blue Springs, right now you're under a severe thunderstorm warning again for 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. You are also in the tornado watch, in which a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. You are under that until midnight tonight. So we can't rule out a possibility of a strong storm there in Blue Springs, at least until midnight, or until the Storm Prediction Center has canceled that watch. Hi, Adeline. Is Clinton good? Well, Henry County and Clinton is under a tornado watch still. And of course, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't rule out a strong storm up until midnight or until that watch is canceled. I'm not seeing any kind of evidence of any kind of circulation along this line. We are taking a look at velocity radar right now. So again, main threats here right now, at least, is going to be for strong straight line winds of 60 miles per hour and maybe some reports of hail up to the sides of quarters. "13 rechargeable Milwaukee batteries, Amber." Holy cow. That's a lot of Milwaukee batteries. That's probably, holy cow. That's like $600 worth of batteries there. Let's see if the Storm Prediction Center has said anything as of late. So this is going to include the southern part of west central Missouri, including, say, like St. Clair County, Vernon County, maybe Benton County. A risk of damaging winds and tornadoes may develop in eastern Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, far western Arkansas this evening and overnight. A new watch will likely be needed. Several corridors of strong to severe storms are ongoing from southeast Kansas into southern Oklahoma and northern Texas. Much of the activity has become linear, a line of storms is what they're saying, though embedded cells are noted at times. The environment remains favorable for a continued severe risk across the remainder of Oklahoma and adjacent states. So we have plenty of shear. We have plenty of instability. So likely we are going to see a new watch issued that's going to cover likely Benton County, Osceola, Nevada, maybe even Butler, Clinton, Sedalia. We may see a new watch posted till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning for parts of west central Missouri here over the next hour or so. Yeah, Caitlin. So the whole line will be coming closer to Johnson County around the Warrensburg, Holden area. Hi, Kim. Winds are going to hit Knob Noster, and what's the risk of tornadoes? So Knob Noster, I'm guessing probably sometime around 1 a.m. And we are under a tornado watch till midnight, meaning conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't rule out a strong storm here in west central Missouri, including Knob Noster, Johnson County, So until at least midnight, or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels that watch. It's not raining in Clinton yet. Is it? Let's see here. Be able to apply. You bet, Alan. I do believe the storms will make it to Stover. It's just going to be early in the morning. You bet, Caitlin. So let's go ahead and put this on composite, and let me bring this out. I'm going to put this in motion. Now remember, right here is West Central Missouri. Matter of fact, let's just put a circle around West Central Missouri. Now I'm going to put this in motion. You can see how the storms are actually moving to the northeast, but how the entire line is kind of shifting to the south. And we also have storms down here in Oklahoma that's going to be making it up into southeast Kansas and to the western half of Missouri and southwest Missouri here a little bit later. So you see how that entire line is beginning to shift a little bit to the southeast. The storms down to our south are kind of moving northeast, and how the individual cells are moving to the northeast. So that is what we are waiting on right now. So will it hit Leeton? And will we have storms in Adrian and Butler? So again, guys, I've tried to say, I don't mind saying it, but I've said it quite a few times that we're if you're in the yellow box right now, you're under a tornado watch until midnight, meaning that the Storm Prediction Center and all the professionals are saying that the conditions are still favorable for tornadoes, at least until midnight. So until midnight, or if they replace it or cancel it, we still have that. We can't rule out a possible tornado in any of these areas that are in yellow right now. So just to let you guys know. Mid-American Nazarene in Olathe. So they're getting a pretty good little storm up there in Olathe right now. But they are right along the front. So I say probably the worst is behind them right now. Or should I say the worst is in front of them right now. Hey, Carl. Oh, I'm going to be on until we get this line through us. So, if that's going to be, I'm going to be taking some breaks. We're not going to end the live stream until we get either all of the watches canceled or until these storms move through. Okay, so they did just put out a new tornado watch until 4 a.m., guys. So we'll get the information on that here in just a moment. Yeah, there's been a little bit of hail reported, but a lot of it has been pea size. It's also, I haven't seen any reports come through here on my other screen of really anything bigger than nickels right now. So let's see here, let's do something here. So Vernon County has been included into a tornado watch for the next 6 hours. So that is in Vernon County, Nevada, until till 4 a.m. Now for St. Clair, Warsaw, Stockton, so far, I'm trying to get some information maybe. So basically what they done, they kind of drew I-49 and to the west for the new tornado watch until 4 a.m. Now, I think maybe why they did that was kind of see how this line is going to behave here over the next, 3-4 hours. And if needed, it could be extended over to Benton County and St. Clair County. But for right now, Pettis, Henry, Johnson, Cass, and Bates County, we still have a couple more hours left of that tornado watch. Hi Cassandra, east of Warsaw on Lake of the Ozarks with the best warning alert system for this area. So I'm going to give you two choices here, okay? There is a free one. I feel very confident in it. It's called Storm Shield. It is available for Apple and Android. This is free. It will send you a text when you're under a warning watch or an advisory. It's one that I've been recommending for a long time. Now we also have another one that it is called Weather Call. And Weather Call, I worked with this company for a few months trying to come up with a good solution no matter where you live. And what this is going to do, it's going to follow you. You take a vacation to Springfield or Branson, it's going to follow you. It's going to put a little dome on you. And if there's ever any kind of warning, watch, or advisory, it's going to send you a text. If it's critical, like a tornado warning, or say wind speeds of 80 miles per hour, or a flash flood emergency, you're going to get a phone call, and you're gonna hear me on the other end of that line telling you what is going on, and how to protect yourself. So I wish it would be free, but unfortunately there's enough technology in this. So it is a paid app. It's $15 a year, a little bit more than $1 a month. But you can go to let me get you the shareable link. You can go. I'm going to put this into the chat right now. So this is in the chat right now. That is the link you can click on, and you can click on that, sign up. It has lightning alerts. It has radar. And again, if you're 2-3 o'clock in the morning and you get under a tornado warning, you're going to get a phone call that's going to wake you up, and you're going to hear me on the other end of that line. So Liberty right now, you guys are behind the front. You're not going to have to worry. I think your severe weather is over for the night. I wouldn't be surprised probably here in about an hour that they're going to go ahead and lift the tornado watch from the Liberty area. Now these little cells out here in front, these are the ones that we are going to be watching even a little bit closer, because they are out ahead of the front. They are likely going to be surface based. So we're going to be watching these little cells that are out in front of the main cold front. This here is going to be just north of 50 Highway. This is really going to be just to the east of Lake Lotawana, and going to be moving up to Lake Lafayette, and eventually up toward Oak Grove, Bates City, and Odessa. So we'll be keeping a close eye on these two cells here to see if they might intensify. Is Clinton going to get hit at all? Well, Clinton and Henry County is under a tornado watch till midnight, meaning conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't rule out, Tyler, that of a strong storm here in Clinton, at least until midnight, or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. Alright guys, so I'm going to keep watch on these two cells right here. I am going to take a short little timeout. We've been actually going strong. Looked like yeah, quite a while. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm still going to have everything up. You're just not going to see me for a moment. And I'm going to fill back up my drink, and then I'll be right back here, and we'll do a little recap on what's going on with this line of storms. Alright guys, I am back. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning out for Cass County. And again, this is going to be Peculiar, Belton, Raymore, Greenwood, Lake Winnebago, Lee Summit, Hickman Mills, Grandview. This is, again, 1-inch hail is going to be the primary concern with these cells. Less than 50 miles per hour so far has been reported by radar. So, new severe thunderstorm warning. It covers a big area all the way down 49 in between Harrisonville, Peculiar. And of course, we was watching a couple of these cells out here. They actually got absorbed by the line. So a few more little cells are popping up down here near Freeman. We'll keep an eye on that. Another little cluster here south of Clinton. And of course, this is just a little shower. Not even seeing any lightning associated with it right now. So one thing that we noticed, of course, I got my partner in crime, director of Henry County Emergency Management. He's down here in the office with me. He's my battle buddy for at least a little bit here at 10:30 at night. What I was showing him was we have this little Boeing segment out here from Ottawa down to Howard, Kansas. And here over about the last 45 minutes or so, it has begun to kind of bow out a little bit and pick up in speed. You notice it's kind of outrunning that front just a little bit. I have a feeling this is likely going to make it over to the state line here within the hour or so, and then possibly start affecting Bates County and Vernon County here within the next hour. I'm going to put this in motion. You can actually see how this little line is beginning to kind of bow out a little bit from the main line. And it's likely going to be picking up speed as it continues to move, and we could have the possibility of seeing some very strong straight line winds develop along this little Boeing segment. Thank you, Destiny, for the kind words. Hi, Alicia. Are you okay to go to sleep here in Benton County? Yeah, you got a while before these storms make it down your way. My guess, probably around midnight, 12:30 or so. You get a little shut-eye for a while. Hi, Destiny. Johnson County, Missouri. So again, well, you got severe storms knocking on your door. So, of course, with Warrensburg being in a tornado watch until midnight, tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So we can't rule out the possibility of a tornado. So I wouldn't sleep on that yet, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. And again, you know, the latest mesoscale discussion that was put out by the Storm Prediction Center here about 20 minutes ago is they're still saying conditions are favorable down here for tornadoes, for severe weather. So again, you know, everybody that is talking about, you know, well, what about Butler or Warsaw or Warrensburg or Harrisonville? I mean, guys, we're under a watch. We're going to have some strong storms heading our way. So right now they're not not overly severe. They're nothing to be worried about. But then again, we got the potential to see some strong storms come through our area tonight. Oh, Mark Burley. Holy cow. Mr. UPS himself. Man, good to see you, brother. It's been many, many, many years. So great to see you. No, it's not the twin brother. This is really me. Boy, have I got a story to tell everybody about my twin brother that I didn't have. But good to see you, my man. Mark was a long time ago was my UPS driver. So good guy, great guy. Hi, Rebecca. Did our tornado chances decrease? We're still under a tornado watch, so we cannot rule out the possibility of a tornado since the conditions are favorable. Are we going to get the storm before the watch expire or after? I don't know, Jordan. Hi, Gabe. South side of Warrensburg. How's it looking? Well, you're under a tornado watch still, till midnight at least. So, of course, tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the formation of tornadoes. So we can't rule one out yet, at least until midnight or until the Storm Prediction Center cancels that watch for your area. Yes, Cassandra. Oh, you signed up for it. Great. Yeah, if your ringer is on, now you'll get a text message if you get put under a severe thunderstorm watch or a severe thunderstorm warning that might have 60-mile-per-hour winds or something like that. You'll get a text and notification. But if it's something serious, you will be getting a phone call regardless of what time it is. And of course, then you'll hear my voice, and I'll be telling you what is going on in your area. Hi, Dalton. So, and again, what we have, and I don't want to get too technical because I'm afraid I'll confuse a lot of people, but just because we're at nighttime, here it is almost 11 o'clock at night, right now these storms aren't seeing much of the way, they're not seeing much of the way of rotation. These have been pretty borderline thunderstorms right now, but the conditions that are out in front of them, we still have, we're still 73 degrees right now. Matter of fact, let me look down here at the, our dew point's still 64 degrees here in Henry County, 62 in Warsaw, 61 in Warrensburg. Those are our dew points. And then if we take the temperature combined with that, temperatures in the low 70s. We still have plenty of juice for these storms, and we have lots of wind shear along this cold front. So it's not your ideal tornado setup. However, this line of storms is moving into some pretty juicy air. So, right now there's plenty of wind shear out there, almost 50 knots of wind shear, meaning coming from two different directions. So that's what's producing all the hail up and down the line of storms. So it's not your ideal tornadic setup, but then again, it's they're still we can't rule it out right now. That's the reason why we still have that tornado watch in effect. Well, that's kind of hard to say, Christian, because this line of storms moving northeast, but the whole line is moving southeast and east. If that makes any sense to you. So right now you can't really put a timestamp on it. One thing I mentioned earlier was that this little Boeing segment from Ottawa down through Garnett, Iola, Yates Center, you notice how it kind of has that almost 90-degree right here. You have this line come down and then it stops and then it goes down like that. Okay, this little Boeing segment here is actually moving a little bit faster due east than what this line is doing. So that's why I think probably here within the hour, this little line segment is going to be crossing the state line into Cass, Vernon, and Bates County, and eventually into west central Missouri. So it's really hard to put a time track on it right now. Probably an hour before it gets to the state line. And these storms are going to continue to move on up. So they just put a new severe thunderstorm warning out right when we were talking about that. So this is going to include western Cass County, western Bates County, including Adrian, Archie, Butler, Rich Hill, and Harrisonville. Hey, Christy. You guys are getting ready to, you guys just got put under a severe thunderstorm warning yourself. Hail, this time hail 3/4 of an inch, so less than severe size hail, but 60-mile-per-hour winds. And of course, the reason because of that is because it is beginning to bow out a little bit. Those winds, it's called backing winds, and they actually push the line of storms at a pretty good clip. And that is what the biggest threat is right here, is going to be for strong straight line winds. And that's going to be coming into Fontana, Lacine, Mound City, Drexel, Amsterdam, Amoret, Hume, Rich Hill, Butler, Adrian, Archie, Freeman, Lewisburg, and Harrisonville. Oh, Christian, you're in Bates, so I mean, you're, I would say, again, within the hour, it's this little, if you want to call it, little Boeing segment is going to be moving into your area. Dalton, well, we know once he goes over Whiteman Air Force Base, he'll just go around it. Heck yeah, even Mother Nature is scared of the B-2 stealth bomber.
They took off about an hour ago.
Huh?
The B-2s moved out about an hour ago.
They did?
Yeah, they flew over.
Did they really?
An hour ago.
Uh-oh. So Boss Man here said that the B-2 bombers left Whiteman about an hour ago. I wonder where they're heading. Oh mercy, we won't talk about that. Let's just talk about weather. So those of you up here, Blue Springs, Oak Grove, Lake Lotawana, Lee Summit, Raytown, Unity Village, you guys are still under severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, less than 50-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be expiring here in about 9 minutes. So Christian said he thought he heard the B2 go across. Oh, they're going storm chasing.
Yeah, buddy.
That's what Jessica said. That's funny. Freeman, Cleveland, Lewisburg. Freeman is already beginning to feel some of the effects. Probably Freeman and Lewisburg. We're probably talking here within the next 20 minutes or so, maybe even 30. But as you can see, the northern part of this Boeing segment is already getting ready to enter Lewisburg and into Freeman. Now, as you get down here a little bit further to the south, we still have a little bit of time, probably 11:30 or so by the time it comes in here into Bates County. Brandon, do you see his comment?
Yeah.
I heard Iran getting lippy again. Well, I don't know how many more lips they got left over there, man. Holy cow. I don't know. I think they said something about, just in the first few days, they had like over 2,000 ordnance been dropped on Iran. Unbelievable. Oh, you know what, Derek? They very well could have, too. That's a good point, because they do that. They will fly those bombers out when there's severe storms on the way. They don't want to take a chance of them getting storm damage. Especially in the state that the country is in right now. They need every one of them they get. So... Let's take a look at velocity on this, see if we can... Wow. So we have some pretty strong winds that's going to be heading into Lacine, really from Lacine down to about Mound City and along 7 Highway there, and then eventually over near 69 that runs north and south. We probably have winds over 60 miles per hour here. Yeah, 64, 67. So it is starting to show signs. It is beginning to bow out just a little bit, and with those backing winds really pushing that line segment. This little section here could be kind of a problem child as it comes into the state of Missouri. This is just a massive line. I'm going to put this on composite and scroll out here. This thing's all the way into Illinois now. Stretches all the way down to Winfield, Kansas, and then all the way down to Mexico. How's that for a line of storms? Holy cow. Loose lips sink ships. Ah, heck. It's all common knowledge anyway, Dalton. Blue Springs expecting tornadoes, Madison. So, really, Blue Springs right now, you guys are kind of on the backside of that, line of storms. So, you're still under the tornado watch, which, of course, that's going to mean that we still have conditions favorable for tornadoes, but there at Blue Springs, Raytown, Buckner, you guys, your severe threat is definitely going down. No, Greg, you're doing good there north of Warrensburg right now, buddy. And again, we're not seeing We're not seeing any type of rotation with these storms as of yet. Right now, just strong straight line winds is really about the biggest threat that we have right now with any of these storms. Yeah, Dalton, I do remember that. I do. As a matter of fact, I was live on that. We actually had tornado warnings out for Henry County because of that line. Yeah, there was tornado warnings lined up all the way down through the state line down into Oklahoma. It was crazy. So seeing a lot of questions, and again, just to kind of reiterate a little bit here, guys. If of course, if you're in the yellow box right now, and that's pretty much all of the questions I think refer in the yellow box, means that we're under a tornado watch till midnight. And that means that the conditions are favorable for the possibility of seeing a tornado. So that goes till midnight. So we can't rule out strong storms, possibility of a tornado, at least until the professionals at the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch or replace it with another watch or expires the watch. So yes, if you live in anywhere in here, we still have the potential for strong storms, guys. Yeah, 4 a.m. is going to be for Vernon County. The rest of West Central Missouri so far is midnight, and I'd say that's probably going to be a pretty good time. And the reason I say that is that once you get behind this cold front, the severe weather is gone for the rest of the night. So, but further down here, Nevada, Stockton, Osceola, Warsaw, Cocamp, probably Sedalia. It could be a little bit later. They might issue a new watch out for this area. But Vernon County was placed into one, including Nevada, until 4 a.m. So you got another 5 hours left of this tornado watch for Vernon County. One a.m. Kate. You got a ways to go there in Cleveland. You guys are just now starting to get into that line of storms. Those up here in the Cleveland area, West Line, Lewisburg, we do have a little bit of a hail core here just northeast of Paola. You guys could get some pea-sized hail out of that as well. Okay, so Jessica, I don't know who you're referring to. We have somebody in there, the musical. He's talking about storm down in Oklahoma, nothing up here in West Central Missouri. So right now, there hadn't been any tornadoes as of right now. They did have a couple warnings up here in North Central Missouri, but nothing around in our area. Still seeing some pretty good gusts up to 60 miles per hour from Lynn Valley, Lacine, down to Mound City. We also have some pretty strong winds right in that line there near Lewisburg, Kansas. And of course, this is going to be heading across the state line here about 35 minutes or so. No spin ups. At least down here in West Central Missouri, there was some up here in the Liberty, Parkville, over toward Richmond area. They have had a couple of severe tornado warnings earlier in the evening. You guys can kind of tell where that cold front is. Olathe is sitting at 57 degrees, 72 here in Clinton. So again, once you get behind that cold front, you may still have showers and thunder showers through tomorrow morning, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. But the severe threat will be gone once this front moves through. It is, but it's not intensifying. Just some light showers is all that is. Not even any lightning strikes. Probably starting to see a pretty good little lightning show. This is right on the Cass County line, looking toward the west, toward that line of storms. We still have another 22 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning for Bates and Cass County on the western half of those counties. 60 miles per hour wind, less than 3/4 of an inch hail, so it's a little bit smaller than quarters. And again, another 22 minutes left, and that's for this polygon right here. We do have some strong winds right on the leading edge of this line of storms. Maybe even some pea-sized hail coming through Lewisburg along 69 Highway. It's going to be crossing over near Westline, Freeman, Cleveland, and Lake Annette. You're gonna run into some pretty strong storms there, Destiny, going from Lee Summit to the Berg. You'll be taking 50 Highway. This little line right here is moving at 50 miles per hour to the east. Trevor, just a little light show to the west here in Archie. So yeah, you're looking over here toward Drexel. You're seeing there's not a whole lot of lightning with the southern half of this storm. There's more lightning up here, a little bit more intense cell up here near Lewisburg, Westline, Cleveland area. You can see there's a lot more lightning strikes in that area. Pretty good line of winds from Concordia down across 13 Highway, down across 50 Highway, down toward Kingsville, and eventually down to Harrisonville. Right now, probably 30 to 40 mile per hour winds right now. Does not look like it is severe at the moment. We still have some pretty good winds coming across the state line. And again, this is going to be mainly between Drexel, Merwin, Amsterdam, and Amoret. Can you bark for me?
I got you, bud.
Yeah, he's got me, Christina. Sure, Garrett. Looks like that line of storms is almost to the state line. Yeah, a lot of wind there in Cleveland. It is. Hi, Junior. Storm's moving very, very slow. It's not surface-based, fireman, weather guy. It's not surface-based down there at Fort Scott. That's all elevated. Thanks, Beth. So the severe thunderstorm warning, they went ahead and allowed it to expire. So right now we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings along the leading edge of this cold front, which is great news. Hopefully it will continue that way. Dew point right now looks like south of Harrisonville 59. Dew point still 64 in Clinton, 61 in Lincoln. So we still have quite a bit of juice out there. Yeah, Justin, you did about an hour ago. No, they're saying till 4 a.m. But I don't think you guys won't be at it till 4 a.m. They'll cancel yours early as soon as this cold front moves through. The threat for any severe weather is going to be over probably by no later than 1:30, 2 o'clock. So the front right now extends from Macon down to Higginsville, down to Harrisonville, Garnett, Kansas. That is where the actual front is. You see the blue line there. Hi, Shauna. You got the cold front knocking on your door there in Sedalia. We got a line of thunderstorms moving your direction. Hi, Allison. Is Clinton good? Well, we are still under a tornado watch until midnight. I mean, conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So we cannot rule out a strong storm here in Hendrick County until either it expires or the Storm Prediction Center cancels the tornado watch. Hi, Josh. We got a line of thunderstorms along a leading edge of a cold front that'll be moving through Benton County here probably around 1:30 a.m. or so. So it depends on if this continues to track this fast, Justin, through Nevada. I still think we could get some showers, maybe some thunder showers through 9:10 a.m. tomorrow morning, but we'll be by, no severe weather. But probably, maybe a half inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch total. You're good in Cleveland now. You guys are behind that cold front. We just went through where that cold front was. You can see it with that blue line. If you live behind that blue line, you guys are done for the night. No more severe weather. So in Camden, Lake of the Ozarks, we're not real sure that this line is going to continue its intensity when it goes into Lake of the Ozarks. So I don't think you have too much to worry about down in Camden tonight. Jordan, don't be talking like that, please. Not in the stream. There is no tornado signature in Bates County heading to Clinton. Don't do that. You get everybody worried. There is no tornado signature. I promise you. So Harrisonville, Peculiar, top wind speed in Peculiar was 42 miles per hour about 32 minutes ago. So I've got this in split screen right now, Carter. So on the left side of the screen, you're looking at reflectivity radar, something that we're all kind of used to. On the right side here, that is velocity radar. This tells us winds going to and from the radar site in Pleasant Hill. So the green colors right here are going toward the radar site. That means there's northwest winds coming through Peculiar, Harrisonville, Cleveland, Pleasant Hill. Northwest winds. The red are actually, the red, they're going away from the radar. So that's how you can tell if there's any rotation in these storms. If you find a real small area with a small pixel, one of each color, that's what we kind of look for any kind of spin-ups. Oh, Michaela, that's sweet. Yeah, right now we're really in great shape right now. Really throughout west central Missouri, we're not seeing this line intensify. Even though there's a lot of juice left out there in the atmosphere, we're not seeing it strengthen, and we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings along that line right now. So that's great news right now. I think the strongest winds along this line right now is actually all the way up here, Carrollton, Marshall, Concordia area. There's this little segment right here. Looks like we could have some 50-mile-per-hour winds that will be heading into Marshall. But outside from that, all we're seeing is about maybe up to 30-mile-per-hour wind from Garden City down through Rich Hill. What makes the nice about weather-wise, we can we're able to split views so we can see two different radars at the same time. So for tomorrow in the morning, we could have just some general thunderstorms. All the severe weather is going to be pushed off to the east. A very large area of level 2 out of 5 risk, slight risk, stretching from Pennsylvania all the way down to the Gulf Coast for tomorrow. No problem, Jordan. Just whenever you put things like that out there in chat, similar to like kind of what happened in the winter, somebody said that Clinton didn't have school. Well, then it spread like wildfire. Next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call from the superintendent of Clinton Schools saying, hey, did you say there's no school tomorrow? We have school tomorrow. So, we have to be kind of careful what we say in the chat because people read it. And we don't want them to be scared for no reason. So no problem. So here in about what is that? About 10 minutes, the National Weather Service out of Pleasant Hill is going to be making some changes to the watch area, and looks like they are going to extend some of the tornado watches to 2 a.m. Likely from around Sedalia up to the northeast. And I do believe they are likely going to cancel the tornado watch, likely let it expire at midnight for the entire KC metro area. So that's going to be great. Yeah, that's a good point too on that, Nikki, is that when these storms do come through, if you're out driving at the time, your visibility is going to be extremely low. He's 6 and asking if someone had to turn on the sirens for tornado warnings. Yep, they sure do. So if there's a tornado warning that is issued, the National Weather Service calls our 911 center and they get a printout that says, hey, you're under a tornado warning. And what's so cool, they can just touch some buttons on a computer screen and they can set the sirens off for the entire county by just touching a button. Pretty cool. Hi, Alexandria. They don't know yet. They don't know if they're going to be extending the watch further downstream after midnight to Benton County, St. Clair County, Hermitage. If I'm to guess, they probably won't. Only because we're not even seeing any severe thunderstorms right now along this line. So, but that's up for them to decide whether or not they go downstream with any more watches. Hi, Drake. How you doing, buddy? I hadn't seen you on here all night. Where you been? I had fun at the seminar last night. Sounds good, Nikki. Yeah, most of the most of the counties, they're kind of split. There's some counties that the emergency management actually sets the sirens off, at least for part of the county. And then there's other counties, such as Henry, in which they get the report that gets printed out the minute that there is a tornado warning for our county and what areas that are affected. And then they just go through their touchscreen and hit the buttons. And when we test the sirens, they do the same thing. They'll just go through and test each siren on testing days to make sure they're all operational. So the strongest part of this line really right now is coming into Johnson County from about Gun City up through Kingsville, Holden, eventually up into Warrensburg. And basically what we're seeing here is going to be just some torrential rainfall, especially if you are out on 50 highway between Lone Jack and Warrensburg. You're going to run into visibility. You're not even going to be able to see the front of your car. It is torrential rain, quite a bit of lightning up in this area. Maybe down by Gun City, East Lynn, there could be maybe some small pea-sized hail mixed in with that as well. We also have another pretty intense line of storms really coming into Adrian, down to Passaic, Butler, Rich Hill, over to Stotesbury. And again, quite a bit of lightning, maybe some pea-sized hail, torrential rainfall. Hey, thank you for the super sticker, Jessica. Appreciate that. I know, Nikki. I'm gonna have to get caught up on some sleep. Holy cow! I was up all night last Friday night. We had our raffle giveaway Sunday night. We had severe storm seminar at the Benson Center last night. Storms tonight. I give a talk at Allen Street Baptist Church tomorrow night to the youth group on weather. Yeah, we need to kind of. But Sunday night, we ain't gonna have to worry about severe storms Sunday night. We're going to be about 20 degrees and snow showers on Sunday. No, Jordan, they actually set all the sirens off at the same time. So they do that on the first Wednesday of every month at noon here for our county. And so everybody knows that's when the sirens are going to sound. And so we have townships such as Windsor, Clinton, Deepwater, Brownington. There's people there to make sure that the sirens are working. And if they're not, they need to get them repaired. .58 degrees in Lee Summit, 72 in Clinton. So this is really good news. We've gone now about 30 minutes without any warnings along the cold front. Just torrential rains, a lot of lightning. It's going to be loud, but right now, no warnings along that line. That's great news. Amanda Bauer, good to see you on here. You are welcome. Thank you for the kind words. pea-sized hail near Latour. We were talking about those strong winds up there near Marshall. They've got some really strong winds coming into Slater right now on the northern part of this line of storms. 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. I would not be surprised if we see another severe thunderstorm warning out for that area around Slater, Glasgow, Fayette. This is going to be north of I-70. I just happened to catch that here going through radar. For the most part, from Warrensburg down through Holden, Creighton, down through Butler. Look like basically 30, 40 mile per hour winds is what we're looking at right there. Nothing severe at this time. Those are some very strong winds, at least aloft. 72.7 miles per hour. Of course, that is a long way away from Pleasant Hill. So, you know, unfortunately, the earth is round. So, for all you people that think that the earth is flat. So basically, when that beam comes out of the NEXRAD radar soccer ball there at Pleasant Hill, and the further that it gets away from the radar site, the earth is actually curving. So, but the beam does not curve. It goes straight. So the further you get away from the radar site, the higher up in the atmosphere that beam is going. So Slater's pretty far away. So those might not all be hitting the ground or the surface right now. It could be up 500 feet above our heads. But Slater is getting some big winds over there. Really surprised it's not warned as of right now. Yeah, you can see a nice little bow right there too. But for us, just an intense line of very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, very loud. Right now, no severe warnings anywhere along this line from Higginsville all the way down through Butler to Fort Scott. Right now, no warnings. Yeah, I haven't heard of anybody falling off yet either. Thanks for that report, Brian. Pea-sized hail, Bates City, a few minutes ago. I don't think so, Landon. I think what we're going to see an extension here momentarily of the tornado watch from basically Pettis County, Sedalia, and on up into maybe central Missouri. And I think they will likely pretty much cancel or let expire the tornado watch currently in effect for the KC metro area for Bates, Henry, Johnson, Cass. We probably will be taken out of that tornado watch at midnight. Close up the windows in El Dorado. Yep, you better close the windows in El Dorado. You're gonna get some. You're gonna get 40 mile an hour wind and blinding rain. You don't want that coming in. You don't want that coming in the window. All right, fireman, weather guy, and listen, I'll take a look at your message that you sent to me. We'll see about maybe being able to get a camera out your way. Pea-sized hail in Butler. fireman weather guys from Peculiar. They would like to get a camera put up on their tower. Thanks, Chastity. Thanks, Derek. Well, I can tell you one thing, Rebecca. I've been here for, let's see here, almost 50 years. And it hadn't gotten any easier either. I don't think so, Kayla. I don't be now. If we were getting a few severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, I could see them maybe extending a watch down here that it would include St. Clair and Benton County, Hermitage, Hickory County, on down to the Lake of the Ozarks. But the way this line is acting right now, I don't think we have to worry too much about that. What what the game plan is, guys, is what we're gonna do is we're gonna see what happens here in about another 10 minutes. And remember, I am in constant contact with the National Weather Service out of Pleasant Hill and Springfield. Kind of get the feel for what they're gonna do, what their thinking is on this line of storms. If they cancel the tornado watch, they're likely going to extend it over to Versailles, Jefferson City, Columbia, Mexico, Herman, on off into central Missouri for this line. But if they cancel it here in west central Missouri, then we will likely end the live stream. Now, you might have some loud thunderstorms. There could be a special weather statement stating you could get some gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour, maybe some pea-sized hail. But I'm going to make sure from the National Weather Service that the severe threat is over for west central Missouri. And at that time, I will go ahead and end the live stream and get some shut-eye. Many people had that same had that same thought, Rebecca. May 19th last year, that was a heck of a time here in Henry and St. Clair County, Benton County as well. Thanks, Deidre. Power off and on outside of Appleton on the west side. Those are probably just some outflow winds coming in. You got that line of storms coming in. One thing I've seen that I hear a lot, Butler, Appleton City, down in Rockville, El Dorado Springs, whenever we get winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour, and I don't know if it's the rule lines that are swaying that, causes that flickering of electricity or exactly what that is, but yeah, I think Columbia, actually you guys will likely in Columbia, you guys will probably be under a watch here. Probably here within the next 10 minutes, there'll probably be a watch issued for you, possibly. The National Weather Service offices are talking with St. Louis National Weather Service office, trying to come up with a game plan for your area over there in Columbia. I'm going to bring up a short-term model here. This is so this is what's coming up on us right now. This is midnight, and this is the expectation from the short-term model over the next few hours. And notice that that line does weaken, but it intensifies a little bit up there near the Columbia line. But you see how it kind of falls apart as it goes into around 3 a.m., then picks back up down around the Rolla area. And we still have some rain and thunder showers through around noon tomorrow throughout west central Missouri. So Benton County, St. Clair County, it is not looking very impressive for you guys as far as them extending any kind of watch down your way if they're using the short-term models. Hey, my pizza was good. How'd you know I had pizza? Oh, maybe I said that earlier. Archie, you guys can go to bed, Savannah. You guys are behind the cold front. So if anybody in the Higginsville, Odessa, Pleasant Hill, Harrisonville, Garden City, Archie, Adrian, Amsterdam, Cleveland, Lewisburg, Freeman, all you guys can go to bed. The severe threat is over for tonight. One thing that is kind of catching my eye here. So, this is right down there near Appleton City. We're going to watch this for a couple scans. As you guys know, we got green going toward the radar, red going away from the radar. I don't know if this could be a possibility of a, this could be a possible, just a fluke, but there is some rotation down here near Appleton City, according to radar right now. I'm going to kind of switch a couple different radar views. Both radars are showing some rotation down there. So anybody down in the Appleton City area, let's watch this area, Appleton City, Montrose area. Let me bring up my rotation tracker. So this is basically what this does. This shows rotation within a cell. This is software that, of course, we were able to get, of course, through our fundraiser. But it is showing some rotation, fairly strong rotation, just west of Appleton City right now. It is also showing up here on our velocity radar at all elevations above the surface. It's broad, but it's still there. Let's give it another scan or two. Definitely worth keeping an eye on this. So right now we are, hey, thank you. Appreciate that, Trevor. Archie PD signing off. Have a good night, buddy. Well, the next scan still shows some very broad rotation right over Appleton City. If there is anybody in Appleton City right now, if you can kind of maybe give a little bit of a report of what you're seeing. It's still fairly broad. So guys, I tell you what we're going to do for the short term. We're keeping an eye on this cell. Everybody's in good shape. All the questions that are coming in for Leeton, Chehowee, Warrensburg, Clinton, Windsor, Green Ridge. I've got questions from Creighton, Garden City, Butler. Everybody's good right now. We're going to concentrate on this cell down here in Appleton City for 3 or 4 minutes and make sure that there's nothing going on down here. All the tornado watches have been allowed to expire with the exception of Vernon County right now. Wow.
It's been like that for a while. I've been watching it.
GR is showing some very impressive rotation. So we are still watching this cell down here just southwest of Montrose, right over Appleton City right now. So broad. So you notice how we have, you know, this patch of green and we got the patch of red. We got winds going toward and away from radar. I tell you what, guys, I don't. This has held the rotation now for about 5 scans, and I'm seeing some rotation with this that I haven't seen anywhere any other time tonight. It's going to be moving up into Henry County, so you know, we definitely want to keep a very close eye on this here. If you have anybody that, you know, lives out there on 52, maybe AA, you might give them, I know it's midnight, but you know, this is something we're watching very, very closely along this line. You do know St. Clair and Henry County, we've been very warm today. We still have 73 degrees outside. There's still plenty of juice in the atmosphere. And there's a couple little areas of rotation that I'm watching very closely. Both of them are coming into Henry County. Thank you, Brenda.
Just went to this.
Okay, so they did go ahead and put a severe thunderstorm warning out for this cell. This just happened. This is for southern Henry County.
severe thunderstorm was located over Appleton City, or 18 miles east of Butler, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Deepwater, Brownington, Tightwad, and Truman Lake. For your protection, move to an interior room on...
All right, so again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Henry County. We have been following about the last 10 minutes an area of very strong rotation coming over Appleton City right now. And they did just put out a severe thunderstorm warning. It does not have a tornado possible tag on this. But I'm just going to tell you guys, if you are in this polygon right now, and this is going to be Appleton City, Deepwater, Tightwad, this is, you guys know this area very, very well. Finey, Mount Zion. I tell you what, I would, if I was you, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. The only reason why I'm saying that is that over the last 10 minutes, we have seen a pretty good couplet. It's been broad, and when I'm talking about broad, we have a large area of the green with a large area of the red. Okay, there's not a real fine couplet that really screams out a possible tornado spin up. However, this thing is strong, and we do have strong straight line winds associated with it. So they just put a new severe thunderstorm warning out for northern St. Clair County. We had to wait for Springfield to issue that warning. So guys, listen, I'm not going to be answering any questions about any other area right now except this polygon. Everybody else is good. Okay, the tornado watch has been expired for all areas, but we've been watching this for the last 10-15 minutes, and it is showing some signs of rotation. Right now, they're saying 60 mile per hour winds, but I've seen this happen too many times. We want to keep a close eye on this. This will remain south of Montrose. This is going to be heading along A highway, and we'll be crossing 13 highway here probably in about 15 minutes. And again, I'm not going to be answering any questions except this polygon right now. And again, over the last 7-8 scans so far, this has showed some of this signs of rotation just to the east of Appleton City. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning. It does not have a tornado possible tag on it. It's 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. But we've seen this same track too many times that goes into the far southeast quadrant of Henry County. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on this here until this thing should happen to dissipate. You're at A&H, raining pretty hard, crazy wind. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda was right in this area right here. This looked like right now nearly right over Copeland, Missouri. This is going to be going over F Highway. So National Weather Service of Kansas City, they are picking up on this. They say it's not particularly tight, but there's enough shear that it can pick up a good wind gust, is what they're saying right now. So again, it's not real tight couplet right now. We do see rotation, but as of right now, we are just looking for a severe wind gust, possibly up to 60 miles per hour. But absolutely need to be keeping an eye on this, especially as, you know, if you are in Deepwater, Brownington, Mount Zion, Finey, Fox Run. We've heard all of those towns before about 10 months ago. Yeah, I seen that, but we've got jump over here. Not very impressive.
No, okay.
Yep. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of 60 mile per hour winds associated with this cell here to the east of Appleton City. This is running almost parallel with A highway that takes you up to 13. We've been watching an area of very broad rotation, not a real small tight couplet, but very broad. Here just to the east of Copeland right now. Appleton City right now, you guys are behind this area of concern right now. You guys are just getting some torrential rains. If you're in Appleton City, or Montrose, you guys are in pretty good shape. We do have some pretty good winds that are coming up on the northwest side of Deepwater. That's this little area right here. Now that could be producing 60 mile per hour winds as well. Yep, 61.5 miles per hour. This is northwest of Deepwater. So of course we're kind of keeping an eye on this entire area. This is the most concerning cell we've had all night here in west central Missouri, and it's this area right here where you see the green. Those are winds going toward the radar side in Pleasant Hill, and then you've got the reds are moving away from the radar site. So you have southeast and northwest winds meeting right there. There is some circulation there, but right now it looks like it's just picking up a strong wind gust right now, but it's definitely something we're keeping a close eye on. Power out in Eldo. Thank you, Savannah. The good news still, it is not tightening up any. We just still got some very broad rotation working its way down a highway. It will be crossing 13 just north of Larry City. We also have some strong winds up here coming into Deepwater. And this is just south of Clinton. So anybody traveling along 13 highway south of Clinton, you guys are going to be hit with some pretty nasty winds driving south. These will be likely crosswinds on 13. So make sure, if you know anybody might be traveling south of 13 from Clinton, it's going to get pretty windy along 13 highway. So Brownington right now, who said something about Brownington? Oh, Dusty. So Brownington right now, you guys have you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind possible, with an area of really strong winds just to your west, getting ready to come into Deepwater. So nothing is happening right now, but I say that's going to change here in about another 5 minutes. Looks like the line of storms is just approaching Clinton, Missouri right now. So they did issue a tornado watch for Benton and St. Clair County. This is also going to include Hickory County. They're playing it safe right now, and that's the reason why they went ahead and issued the tornado watch. So again, we got a pocket of very strong winds heading into Deepwater right now. It is getting ready to cross 13 highway. And again, very, very broad rotation just south of Deepwater. It has not tightened up any. We've been watching this now for about 20 minutes. We also have another area of rotation down here near El Dorado Springs. They just lost power in Osceola. Thank you for that report, Hayden. Yes, Urick's in the clear. You can go to bed in Urick. There is no tornado possible tag on neither one of these cells. However, there are a couple pockets of rotation that we are keeping a close eye on. The first one is going to be down here along 82. This is going to be to the west of Roscoe. Also up here, that is going to be crossing 13 highway near Larry City. And then we also have very strong winds coming across in Deepwater right now, coming into Brownington. Now, if we notice how this, if you want to call it the green colors, I'm trying to make it where you guys can understand where you see the green color right here. It's getting a little bit closer to these really strong winds that are blowing out away from the radar. These two are getting a little bit closer together, and that could help aid in some rotation because they're coming from two different directions. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this, especially right in this little area, right over Truman Reservoir Management Lands. This is going to be right near Brownington. We're going to be keeping a close eye right in here to see if we get a little bit of a spin action once these two different directional shear winds hit each other. We're still watching this little area down here near along 82 New Orr, Crook Springs. Very broad rotation down there. Another 23 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning for southern Henry County and northern St. Clair County. We are watching this segment of this line of storms. It has been showing signs of rotation. We're just keeping a close eye on it right now. 60 mile per hour winds is what can be expected out of this right now. And we're just keeping a very close eye on, especially since it is heading down into the area that was hit last May. We want to make sure anybody that is watching that live down in that area, just to make sure that they know what's going on. So we're concentrating on this cell down here. Everybody else, we're looking in pretty good shape right now. As of right now, no. The tornado watch in Sedalia has been canceled or allowed to expire at midnight. Looks like the biggest area of rotation is down here crossing 13 highway right now. And again, very, very broad. Winds will be picking up in Brownington. We have some 40, 50, maybe even some isolated 60 mile per hour wind gusts here in Brownington right now. The good news, we're starting to see the winds beginning to kind of die down a little bit over Brownington. We still have some 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts according to radar. And some of these winds might not be making it to the surface. Remember what I was telling you about, you know, we're kind of far away from Pleasant Hill, so it's not actually taking those wind speeds from right on the surface, a little bit above our heads. So some of those winds might not be sinking all the way down to the surface, but we're keeping a very close eye on this, especially this little area of rotation down here near Lowry City, coming across 13 highway. Oh wow, that scan, it really picked up in intensity. And again, probably maybe just on the outskirts of Brownington, just south of Gaines, we have over 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being picked up. 72.7 miles per hour. And again, that might not be all the way to the surface, but definitely we got some strong winds up above our heads for sure. So I'm gonna kind of expand this out real quick, guys. And again, we got some strong thunderstorms stretching from Boonville down through Sedalia, Windsor, Clinton, El Dorado Springs, and Nevada. Vernon County, you're under a special weather statement for that possibility of seeing 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts down in Nevada. We are really kind of concentrating on this cell here in southeast Henry County, as well as northern part of St. Clair County. We do have some very broad rotation. We also have some very strong winds that are just to the east of Brownington, heading toward Gaines. This is going to be along U Highway, down where about where the bridge is out. Very strong winds. We could easily be seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds right here, just to the southwest of Gaines. And again, we do have some rotation still coming across 13 Highway near Larry City, as well as to the east of Brownington. Now this is going to be moving over into Benton County very soon. I do not know. I do not know how. Kind of interesting. So, and again, this is going to be moving across into Benton County, near Racket, Teal Bend, down to Tackner along 7 Highway, that runs from Opportunity Farms to Finey. And again, very strong winds associated with this little cluster right here. Possibly, very easily 60-mile-per-hour winds that is moving into the direction. This is going to actually take it down by, this is Cole, U Highway. This is where the bridge is out over the lake. And then it's going to be moving across the county line near Racket and Teal Bend. Just a little bit of a recap again. I'm going to zoom back out. So they did issue a new tornado watch for Benton and St. Clair County. This also includes Versailles, Gravois Mills, Lynn Creek, Bolivar, Stockton. We do have a special weather statement out for both Collins area, Roscoe area, and Vernon County, including the town of Nevada. We are watching very closely an area of very broad rotation, one near Tightwad, another one near Z Highway. This is going to be near Mount Zion and Finey. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, Brownington, you guys are on the backside. You guys have made it through the worst of it right now. Have another 13 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning for 60 miles per hour winds. If this continues, if the radar trend continues like this, they will likely have the Springfield National Weather Service extend the warning into Benton County. But we are still seeing little areas of rotation. We'll watch them very closely. The strongest of the winds is going to be heading right into Finey, right on Z Highway. You're good to go to bed in Calhoun. South of Green Ridge along 52 Highway picking up a pretty good, probably 50 mile per hour winds right along 52, just to the west of Manila. Yes, Clinton is good to go to bed for the night. All right, good night, Dum Dum. Have a good night. So, Sedalia, Pettis County, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is just right where we talked about too. That little pocket of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds along 52 Highway, just to the west of Manila. They went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour. The good news with this down here near Finey, it does look like that the winds are starting to subside down here. We said that last time and they picked back up again. So, but that's a good trend that we're having so far. So again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. That's going to be for southern Pettis County until 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Green Ridge, 9 miles east of Windsor, moving east at 40. So if you live in Smithton, Green Ridge, this is heading your direction. Warsaw, good to go to sleep. Hi, Katie. You guys just got put under a tornado watch. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. So we cannot rule out that Warsaw will not get a strong storm until for another 3 hours is how long the tornado watch is till. Larry City is behind the front. You are good to go in Larry City. You guys can go to bed in Larry City now. Okay, so they did go ahead and issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County. This is for the entire Benton County. Includes Cold Camp, Lakeview Heights, Lincoln, Warsaw, Cross Timbers. And that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. So they pretty much extended that severe thunderstorm warning into Benton County. You're in Osceola, you can go to bed now. Severe threat's over for you guys. We'll be watching this little line of storms as it moves into Benton County. Right now, I'm not picking up anything really too concerning right now. Those winds that moved through Mount Zion and Finey, they have subsided a little bit. We'll continue to monitor to see if they have a little bit of an uptick. Still have a special weather statement down here in the Wablo, Collins, Vista, Roscoe area for 50-mile-per-hour winds. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pettis County. It's going to be moving over into Smithton, Otterville, and mainly rural areas in eastern Pettis County. You guys can go to bed in Windsor. Let me just bring this up. There's way too many questions there for me to answer each one. If you live anywhere in the X, you guys can go to bed. That's going to include Windsor, Calhoun, Clinton, Deepwater, Lowry City, Osceola, Roscoe, Shell City, Rockville, Appleton City, Butler, Rich Hill, Montrose, Adrian, Archie, Hume, Rich Hill. You guys can all go to bed. Hi, Rye. Lincoln? Yeah, that's what we're on. That's what we've been talking about. Benton County. Good night, Cindy. You still have about another 45 minutes in Collins. So we got them 40, 50 mile per hour winds along 65 highway right now. Do not see anything like what we saw down in the Mount Zion area, where we had 60, 70 mile per hour winds just off the surface. But we do have some pretty strong winds, basically from just east of Sedalia all the way down 65 into Benton County. Yep, you go to bed in Tightwad. Columbia is not under any kind of watch or advisory right now. There's no warnings or advisories to your immediate west. You're going to get a line of thunderstorms that's going to be loud. But right now, Columbia is in pretty good shape. Sedalia might be getting a little bit of hail right now. Sedalia is not in the polygon for severe thunderstorm warning, but it does look like they're getting some gusty winds and maybe even some hail right now. If you live in the X area behind that red line, you guys can go to bed. We probably got some 40, 50 mile per hour winds moving into Smithton right now. Lincoln, you'll have some gusty winds coming down C Highway into Lincoln here next couple minutes. So basically right now we just have some gusty winds along this leading edge of this line. The great news is that all that rotation we were seeing over near Appleton City, Montrose, over toward Lowry City, all of that has pretty well dissipated, thank goodness. So we're just stuck with some gusty winds right now. We still have about 28 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County, and we have 13 minutes left for the Pettis County one. Looks like the strongest of the winds is coming straight down the chute on 50 Highway. So if anybody needs to find power outage maps, anything like that, remember you can go to Subby's Weather Talk, and you can go to, it's under winter weather info, and there's all the energy companies. So you guys can click on that and see how many. This is the Sedalia, Lake of the Ozark. Don't look like they have any outages right now with Como. Sac Osage has several right now. St. Clair County 196 without power, Cedar 53, and Henry County 5 customers without service, and that is from Sac Osage. Osage Valley, they have 186 people without power in Bates, 95 in Johnson County right now. So you can find that winter weather info on Subby's Weather Talk. Hi, Lexington. So you're out there. So, yes, you should be good to go. And again, this is down here on Z Highway from Brownington to Mount Zion, all the way over to the Benton County line. You guys are good to go to bed. So all the rotation, not seeing any rotation at all now. Looks like it's all just straight line winds. You guys ought to be in good shape. Looks like we still have a little bit of pea-sized hail possibly falling along 50 Highway, almost into Smithton. It'll be crossing the county line over into Otterville. Yeah, you guys, it's going to be loud for a little bit there, Sophia, but yeah, Gerster, you guys are good to go. The front has passed you, even though you will be seeing some lightning flashes. It'll be a little bit loud, but you're good to go. If you're behind this red line, you guys can go to bed. If you're where the X is at, you guys can go to bed. It's still going to be a little loud up here in Johnson County, Pleasant Hill, Odessa, Higginsville. But with the cold front already past you, the threat of severe weather is not existent anymore. Make a new line. All right, we got a new line. If you live along and behind Fayette, Pilot Grove, Sedalia, Windsor, Leesville, Osceola, Shell City, Nevada, Fort Scott, if you live in the X area, it's night time. You bet, Susan. I'm just glad the wind died down there in southeast Henry County. And again, it's going to be loud at times, guys, but if you are along and behind this red line, the severe threat is non-existent anymore. We're likely going to have showers, maybe a thunder shower all the way up to close to noon in west central Missouri tomorrow. You bet, Rose. You bet, Cole. So again, if you're along and behind this line stretching from Moberly to Fayette to Pilot Grove to Sedalia, down 65 through Lincoln, down through Warsaw, down to Vista, Roscoe, El Dorado Springs, down to Nevada. If you live along that line and behind it, you guys are good to go to bed for the night. You guys are behind the actual cold front. My partner leaving me.
I live in Calhoun. I'm going to bed.
Okay. Good night. Thanks for coming in.
I will.
You bet, Junior. Thanks, Alyssa. Appreciate the kind words. You guys are good to go, Rhonda in Sedalia. You guys can go to bed. We're likely going to have rain and thunder showers through the rest of the night into tomorrow morning. But the severe threat will be non-existent. If you live along this red line or behind it in the X area, you guys are ready to go to bed. You can go to bed in Sedalia. You're good to go. You bet, guys. I'm glad we got out of this basically unscathed tonight. Alright, I'm going to blow this up just a little bit. If you are along this line and behind it, Boonville, Pilot Grove, Otterville, Colcamp, Lincoln, Warsaw, Wablo, El Dorado Springs, and Nevada. If you are behind that line right now, you guys are good to go to bed. Get your Z's. Yes, you can go to bed now in Colcamp. And again, we're going to have some thunderstorms, some thunder showers, and more rain showers throughout the entire night. But if you are along that red line and behind it, the threat of severe weather is not existent anymore. I don't know if they had any confirmed or not, Desiree. There was, as far as tornadoes go, the tornado warnings were basically up in the KC metro area, up around Liberty, Richmond, Kearney. I have not had time to go and check if there was actually any reports of one touching down. So again, if you're along this red line and behind it, you guys are good to go to bed. And that pretty much takes care of most of west central Missouri, for that matter. We're going to go ahead and keep up on this until this little cluster of storms completely leave Benton County. But if you live along this red line or behind it, you guys are good to go to bed. All right, Katie, have a good night. All right, so they extended the severe thunderstorm warning into areas such as Pilot Grove, Otterville, Windsor Place, Boonville. Basically, right along that red line. So Pettis County, you guys are in the clear right now. Johnson County, you're in the clear. Cass, you're in the clear. Bates, you're in the clear. Henry, you're in the clear. St. Clair County, you're in the clear. And Vernon County, you are now in the clear. There is a special weather statement for areas right along the county line down there near Sheldon. But for the most part, you guys are in great shape. So we're just going to give it a couple more minutes and let this little line segment work its way out of Benton County. Right now, Colcamp, you guys are probably getting a little bit of pea-sized hail, probably along B Highway. That takes you down to Lakeview Heights. You guys are likely getting a little pea-sized hail. Torrential rains right now. It's going to be moving over toward Versailles, Gravois Mills, and Laurie. Things are really quieting down across the central part of the United States. Finally, there's still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out here, but a lot of flash flood warnings and flood advisories because of all the training of thunderstorms that's gone on tonight in both Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, down through Oklahoma, Arkansas. Good night, Kayla. Absolutely. Thanks for the kind words. And again, we've got some torrential rains coming on here on 52 Highway just east of Colcamp. It's going to be heading pretty much parallel with 52 Highway into Stover and eventually over toward Versailles. But this little line segment is just about out of Benton County. I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. So we have officially have all of West Central Missouri counties now behind the cold front. That's all of Pettis, all of Benton, all of St. Clair, all of Vernon, all of Bates, Henry, Johnson, and Cass counties, and Pettis counties. We are all behind that cold front now. So the severe threat for our area now is gone. For those of you that are just south and east of our area, down in Lamar, Stockton, Bolivar, Versailles, Gravois Mills, there's really not a whole lot there. I do believe the National Weather Service had talked about that the severe threat is very, very low. They issued the watch out of precaution, but I do believe, at least for West Central Missouri, our severe weather threat is over for tonight. I am going to go ahead and end our live stream. I'm very glad that we pretty much got unscathed from any of these storms tonight. So that's great news. They weren't quite as intense as what we thought they might be, but we still had a few concerns that we watched. But that's all part of this. If there's something that looked a little concerning, we're going to follow it and make sure get word and warnings out to people as quick as we can. So I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you guys so much for staying with me. Again, we had a couple marathons going on this week, Friday night and tonight, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And everybody can go and get some shut-eye for tonight. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me on our Facebook page. I'll try to get those answered as soon as I can. So until next time, let's take a few more days off from meeting up like this. I don't think we're going to have to worry about severe storm for at least short term till the middle of the month, the third week of March. We do have winter weather coming back to us on Sunday. We're looking for lows back down into the teens, maybe some snow showers on Sunday night into Monday. So don't think we have to worry too much about severe weather over the next probably 5 to 7 days. So everybody get some sleep, take care, and we'll be talking to you soon.